Hello, welcome in everybody. Thank you very much for joining me. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday so far, and I hope you can be looking forward to much more of a good Saturday. Draig, thank you very much for the 2 months. It is very much appreciated. I think I did want to put up a VIP reward at one point for channel points. I'm not sure because my Discord itself is still very slow if the reward feels big enough in a way, but that's something I worry about myself too much maybe. And I think I'll see if I can't do that for tomorrow. And also thank you very much for the subscription to my YouTube. Again, it is very much appreciated. Thank you, everybody. The Discord is... You are able to get the link via bot command. Maybe I need to have it shown in chat regularly, but for a while that would then only be the only message running about, and that didn't feel great either. Okay, let us get into the game. As always, if you do want to join me in multiplayer, I'll be happy to help out. And I also absolutely don't worry about it. I stand ready to help you out. You're basically called dibs on first help then. I'll just go hunt a pair of Silverwind Nargacuga until you are ready. And I hope that the fixes I did for the bot now work. Okay, in which case, if you don't have that much time, I think I'll be opening the hub immediately. Make sure we are ready as quickly as possible. No. That was unfortunately completely wrong. And Thraig, thank you very much for another gifted sub. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. And I do need to disconnect from here. I just remembered. And Project Sinus, I hope that you are going to be enjoying the sub. So create, I need to remember Academy Hub. So here is the hub ID, even though you wouldn't need it if you have accepted the friend request and the password, but it is going to be useful for anybody else who wants to jump in and help out. Okay. I'm just going to go a standard raw damage. So in which case you should be able to join via the in-game friends list. That was not optimal. Oh well. This is nothing yet. Will be going on together, but I'm just want to have a look at the quests that I am still missing in the event category, and there is still a little bit I've never sat down to go and hunt. But as I said, that is for another moment. Don't worry about it. If it takes a little bit longer, that's fine. I just wanted to ensure that we can have as much time for you to play as possible, so I wanted to create the hub immediately rather than going on another hunt. Yeah, that is helpful if you have unlimited data. In Europe, a lot of people, well, at least in Luxembourg, the carriers decided that inland unlimited data is going to be fine, and so they pushed that. But yeah, and you hunted Lagombi earlier. Congratulations on a successful hunt. I hope you had fun with it. Lagombi is one of the more predictable monsters, I'd say, but he is still a lot of fun. Although, now that I think about it, I might be confusing some of the moves with Snow Barons. In the beginning, it will take time. That is absolutely normal. You'll get faster with better gear, more experience. You defeated him, and that is the important part. There is seriously no good reason. No, there is no reason to judge on the time it took to finish a quest. It becomes unfortunate at the moment where there are quests that you can, where the time limit is tight enough that you risk failing them. But then again, that is not my judgment if you did good or bad. That's the game saying that's where we set the limit. And also rather fight a monster for 25 minutes than do it for 20 and not be able to finish out the quest when you try to hurry. That is, I don't know if there are people really judging for speed. I know that I find it silly, as I explained, to judge people if they were or were not able to defeat a monster in fast, but I don't think there is any reason to take that as a point to critique people. I ought to be immediately ready for our first hunt. Yes, indeed I am. So most people do. There are a few speedrunners, but even then, speedrunners usually do not judge other people for the time they need to finish a quest or finish a game. They know that they are the exception, and while they compete within their community, they are very rarely judgmental outside of it. That may be. I do not know which quests you already finished. And thank you, Thraig, for another gifted sub today. Thank you. It is very much appreciated. Really, thank you. I wanted to have a look here. At the key quests. If you went down the order like it's written down here, and sorry, I forgot. And Dorimokus, I hope that you're going to be enjoying your gifted sub. Okay, going down the list of quests in order. If you're missing one, that might be the Royal Ludroth in key quests. So, tackling the Tetsukabra, Lost in the Jurassic Frontier with Gypsaros, local threat Yankutku, Snow with occasional Lagombi, and Royal Spittake with Royal Ludroth are the key quests on the 1-star threshold to get to the urgent quest for the 2-star. For the 2-star quests, okay. It could have just been that easy. So, if you want to go for Royal Ludroth, I don't mind at all. There we go. Should have prepared my items such that I am able to immediately ready up, put myself someplace a bit out such that I'm not blocking anybody. You have a nice spot at the corner in the pub. Here it feels a bit more awkward if you don't want to stay standing in the entrance. I know that I say that repeatedly, but Capcom's music division for Monster Hunter is doing great work. I'm less familiar with the more modern songs. I do remember them being good, but here it's just so nice. So it's 6 for this week apparently. I do not know. I'm having a look, but it looks like I do not have an overview of that. I see the amount of gifted subs in a period, but it's not telling me who gifted them. Yeah, and it would add up to 8 gifted subs in total so far. To which I want to say once again, very grateful. I might be overdoing it, but I do think it is important to express your gratitude properly. And so, Vraik, for all of the subscriptions and the gifted, thank you very much. Oh, there you see it, yeah. Thank you for both the gifted and for thinking that. I do not want to fall into the trap of thinking myself worth more than I am, and especially here, I don't want to start to feel like people have to or ought to, because I am that good of a streamer. I never want to fall into that trap, so I really want to just keep that perspective that I do not have the insight that other people have from the outside if I am worth spending money on or not, and that is important for me, and so I'll always express that gratitude properly. So yeah, and thank you for finding, yeah, again, also that makes it worth it. And we have Ludroth is going pretty fine. I do enjoy him as one of the early monsters so much. I do have comparisons to, like, the big comparison that is immediately jumping in with Royal is the Great Jagras, and I'm just getting rolled over so much at the moment. And in comparison to Jagras, he's just so much more dynamic. I do understand that Jagras was meant to be the introductory monster for people who had never played Monster Hunter before. They were really trying to expand the audience with World, which they were successful with, but that means that for veteran hunters, the first few monsters were definitely feeling a little bit simple in their movement. And there, croaks Royal Ludroth. Yeah, and the point is, even though I do know that Jagras was intended as a I'm playing the series for the first time introductory monster, it still felt flat. Especially later on in high rank and in master rank. I almost said G rank there. They didn't manage to do much with him, and that is unfortunate. And yeah, while I try not to be too harsh on them on Great Jagras' low rank performance, I do feel that for master rank especially, I cannot help but be quite critical. For everybody reaching that point ought to have collected enough experience to be able to fight him at full power, so to say. I have tried to minimize the delay between when I send it and when it is received, but it will be going through several servers, through some processing, so even trying to minimize that. Yes, it does very much feel like watching something in the past, which is something I personally feel when, like yesterday, I'm flying about with Ember, and we're not using. She doesn't pull me into the voice chat. It's like a 3-4 second lag that feels weird, but you get used to, I get used to it rather quickly usually. So while the lag is there, it never becomes for me too weird. Let's put it like that. I think that's a good way to put it. That would have been cool. I do not think that. Let's take Royal Ludroth as an example. Yeah, absolutely. I understand that part. I understood that part. Let's be precise. But thank you for clarifying that. I know Royal Ludroth a lot better. He is a lot more varied in G rank, but there are limits to what you can do. One, before he feels much more like another monster. In this case, that would be either Mizutsune, well, probably more Mizutsune, because they are both water elemental monsters. But with the kit that he has, I think it would feel unfair if he suddenly became that tough. On the other hand, they were too careful still, even in master rank. It's hard. I think his biggest problem, for Great Jagras' biggest problem, is that he doesn't have attacks that can that go very quickly, even in master rank, and so he feels pretty harmless later on. As for the quests, it is tackling the Tetsukabra, lost in the Jurassic frontier, local threat, snow with occasional Lagombi, and the quest we did just right now. Those 5 are the key quests for 2 stars. And Tira, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday so far. I hope you're going to be enjoying the stream and have a great Sunday that you can be looking forward to. Welcome in. So it's cooled down a little bit this morning. I am happy that you are comfortable, probably. Well, from what I seem to remember, maybe you don't need the blanket at the moment. However it is, I'm happy that you are comfortable. And yeah, you don't see the urgent, but you did finish all 5 of the quests. Oh, have a look around in the hub. There may be somebody who wants to talk to you, and they then give you the permission to go on to the urgent quest. There may be somewhere here, like there is a lady here. She might have something she wants to tell you, and that is required then before you are able to go on to the urgent quest. Okay, that is good. Okay, let's get going. Oh, yeah. Mark doesn't like Blangonga so much. I like the monkeys. Although, as I probably regularly say, there's only one monster I really dislike, that being Bullfango and Bulldrome. Well, Bulldrome I dislike because he's the father of all the Bullfango. Yep, I do need to ready myself. Sorry about that. Okay. He is spawning on top of the mountain. And as such, first order of business now is to run up the mountain. And I do know that I keep repeating that as well. Welcome in, Tira. But I know that I keep harping on it, but the fact that the areas are separated by loading zones allows them to separate the areas much more than they are able to do so later on. Okay. That is okay. That's fine by me. And sorry for hitting the microphone there. Let me eat anew and then we can move on. So the big comparison I always do is the jungle, the old school jungle that they brought back in Monster Hunter Sunbreak. Well, Rise Sunbreak to be precise. Don't worry about it, that is not an issue for me. Oh, okay, I thought I had pinned it. The passcode is 1003, but I'll be pinning the information here. Sorry about that. So 1003, or you can now look at the top of chat where I pinned it down. And welcome to the hub. And I misclicked something and now I have to get all the windows back up. So, Monkey once more. And I interrupted myself with what I was trying to explain beforehand. Yeah, TLDR, and I think I'll keep with that because of the segmented way they're doing it. I think that with Vistas, the skyboxes of the Vistas are looking a lot nicer than they're able to do later on. Yes, and that is Luna, that is Sailor Moon's familiar, I want to say. That seems the closest from the story, that Luna is pretty much her familiar, even though absolutely technically that doesn't quite fit the definitions there, but yeah. I do miss... I'm not sure if they're still doing the armor collaborations, because recently it feels a lot more that they want to do monster collaborations, where you get a new monster to hunt in addition with a new armor, rather than just bringing the armor in. Yeah, it's not unfitting. Even though with the current lightning, her fur looks more bluish to me. But I do know that she is supposed to be a deep black cat. No worries. There's all three versions of her. Nice. Probably distributed low, high, and master rank. Yeah. so you can keep the armor up for her as you climb the ranks. It's not like with one of the armors where you had to skip a rank until you were able to fuse the armors together. Although I am happy with the fusion mechanic as it is done here, or what becomes the later on layered armor. Different words, same thing basically. Well, to the point that a layered armor you can put on any time. And here you have to work a bit more for it. And I do think that I prefer how Generations Ultimate handled it. But I understand that's a personal thing. I enjoy working for my armor. I hope that your arm has gotten better now and that you do not need to... And that with the care you gave it, it is now healed completely. And I am ready, yes. So, and at least from the status, so is Tira. I am happy to hear that. Injuries, even smaller ones, or an inflammation like this, they are annoying, and the sooner they heal off, the better. Okay, let's have a drink before we vanish up here. And we'll be challenging Mr. Monkey. He is very agitated. I find it hard to really blame him for that. But somebody requested him be removed from the ridge. And as such, we'll just do that. That ought to be the teeth cracking. sorry. I did start that attack before I heard the ping. I am sorry. And that my Sakura Slash currently is doing a ton of damage to them, so yeah. That is good to have. But if we want to capture in these ranks, I absolutely need to bring my own capture guru, or the ping can absolutely come too late. Okay, that's a talisman I have no need for. I can give you a list of the key quests, or you can explore this level freely as you feel. Maybe you want to make a new armor or something, so let me know what you prefer. Why did I come in here? Now I remember. I had set up some honey last time, and it's still not quite done. Yeah, the pain and irritation can absolutely be an issue if you want to calm down. So, even more so, I am happy that the inflammation calmed down and that it is now not a big issue anymore. Absolutely don't feel rushed. I am helping out. I'm not trying to pull you through the ranks if that is not what you want. Am I not running the circle as cleanly? Possibly. Or especially on the quest, I do think that the cats are a little bit faster than the hunter. Volvidon is rank 2. He is a 2-star quest. And he is not... But he's... Okay, that is not an issue, no. I'm not even going to finish that particular thought because it is absolutely not important. I'll be buying a few more whetstones. As always, use of them is constant. I have a few too many antidotes. That ought just be a slot I am going to be opening up. To nothing in particular, it seems. So he has 2 quests, Walk and Roll and Tongue-Tied. One is a hunting quest and the other is a capture quest. And now that we're talking about a capture quest, I am going to go use the perception talisman such that I can see myself when it is weakened enough to be caught. I'm going to approach this hunt as a kill rather than a capture at the moment, unless somebody lets me know that they want to capture it. I find it quite important that the quests here, that the music between quests is nice and relaxing, because it gives that contrast when you're on the quest itself. Okay, I hope that is not me desyncing. We'll see. And if it was me, then we'll be getting the disconnection message. Okay, this one is not going to be terribly happy here. Okay. Okay, that was a very good fight here. Short and sweet. Hopefully, no, that's a paralysis sack. I was hoping for a beast tier. Okay, yeah, absolutely. And we'll be very likely to be able to keep the speed up. So, happy to be helping out. Some nice material. A nice sub-quest reward. And I'll make myself quickly ready for the next quest. So that means scarfing another meal. Do we have anything here? A no strings attached lucky cat. I'll take it. And one more Volvidon to get the materials for the armor. Yep. While I'd hope... Well, no. I don't think even two hunts are going to be sufficient in order for you to be able to construct the armor. Okay, there we go. Probably not. Okay, I see. If it works out that even quickly finishing it up, it's not working out for you, then... Oh, you mean for one more after the next one? Sorry, I did not quite catch that. Yeah. I misunderstood something in there, and that's not bad. No worries. Misunderstandings very often stem from both sides, but very often, unless it was intentionally set up to lead to misunderstanding, I think that they are an absolutely normal part of communication. And while acknowledging them and making sure that they get removed, it's more a personal preference for me to apologize for. Nobody needs to necessarily follow that Plonk. Let me go onto the backside. And we're not standing in each other's way. Okay, sorry for knocking you over there. I was hoping to get him to flinch instead of running away. Angled suboptimally. There we have Volvidon down, and unfortunately I'm just getting caught by my entryway curse once again. One thing that is not necessary for anybody to copy, but something that became a very ingrained habit of mine, even to the point that I'm doing it even though I don't need to, is to go collect additional material after a kill. I find that it is very helpful to filling up the box with the side materials like bugs and minerals. Well, I've gotten used to it. It's been happening to me ever since Freedom Unite, and I hope that you're going to have a lovely rest of your Saturday, Thraig, and probably see you in the black tonight. To a degree, yes, but it's not necessarily a bad habit to acknowledge that communication can be difficult and that miscommunications will happen, and being accepting of that and mindful of that is, I don't think, ever a bad thing. Amethyst Heart, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday so far. Welcome in. You won't be... Okay, yeah, don't worry about it. See you, and as I said, I hope that you're going to have a lovely rest of your Saturday. No, absolutely. I am happy for you being here, even if you can't stay long. Even just people looking in means a lot to me, so thank you very much. Yeah, that is absolutely fine for me, Tira. And she said you made a new longsword build. Do you want to tease me with the build, or do you also want to explain a little bit? Because right now I do not have any information to even be able to feel able to speculate on it. Okay. So you're pushing a weapon like the Narga Longsword up to 95% affinity. Attack large. Challenger. So that sounds like really a lot of damage. It sounds like a build I do want to try out at one point. Oh, absolutely it is offensive. There is not much defense in there. Wings of Jetman. I don't think I've made the armor. And I might not even be seeing it because I have not sat down to do him in G rank. I'd be interested to see it. So it's this longsword. So I do have the longsword, also not upgraded much yet. Okay, so it caps at 55% affinity. Oh, okay. Now okay, I see. My misunderstanding. It has a base affinity. The weapon has a base affinity of 55%. Still. If you do have the time for it, I'd like to welcome in. Okay. That's an interesting choice for the layered armor. It looks really cool. It makes it look like a casual hunting, like a casual hunt. So yeah, obviously, but it still looks really nice together with the sword. So Rathalos, silver, and some gore. Yeah. So not quite as much with the affinity as my brain was falsely putting together. But it does look really, really nice. Yeah, it's... from that aspect, a really nice armor. Speed sharpening and challenger, yeah. And I do like the layered as well. I think it might be. I'm not 100%. Give me a second. Yeah, okay, I'm not seeing the numbers, but absolutely, I think it was about 50%. And Mark, thank you for coming in, and congratulations on a 60 stream streak. I very much appreciate you stopping by this regularly. You mean the sword looking like a cattail, or the layered armor having... Oh, okay. The armor has a cat tail as well there. Cute. Yeah, I saw. Thank you very much. which then turns into a really strong attack against anything, against any weak point. It's a very offensive build, and it is probably going to once I get it back into an experimental phase where I might want to try that as well. So the weapon caps out at white sharpness and only a sliver of it, in which case speed sharpening is one of the most useful sets you can have. And yeah, you don't want to waste too much time sharpening if you already know that you're going to spend a lot of time sharpening. For that, I don't know if I can make the judgment for Valor. Personally, I might prefer Blade Scale. But it depends. It's not an easy... It's not one I can immediately say this is going to be better. Okay, he's up there. Absolutely, I do... Personally, I feel a bit awkward on Valor and with Valor's style, but that is not saying that the style ought not to be used or is weak. That's personal preference. Having had a specific style with your longsword for literal decades will make you a bit more inflexible towards a style that doesn't work like you're used to, or that doesn't work 100% with how you are used to fight. Okay, got a wing smacked there. Probably so. I didn't take that closer look at the slots, but I trust you there. But that is also something I really like about Monster Hunter, that you can just, in most cases, use your own style with similar effects. And the set build is nowadays usually very accurate. They had a lot of time to iron out the bugs. So I wouldn't be surprised if it does work. Although I would be surprised if it doesn't. As I said, they are pretty robust. Okay, that would feel awkward, and then you need to research which one, how they translate from Japanese to English. I usually build anything in Excel, get myself a worksheet, and then start to jot down and see what works. Probably more awkward than having a dedicated builder. Yeah, that is a fair assessment. So if I understand this correctly, the builder is also suggesting skills for you and so on. Okay, yeah. So it collected the information and forgot to apply the translation. Well, in that case, it is going to be a minor mistake, more the like, and if you do have the chance to sorry, and if it works out that you can cross-check them, then that is already quite useful. Okay, so rather than you going, I want to try this armor piece, with these jewels, you say, give me an armor that has these skills, and it's going to try and figure it out. That is actually quite useful. And you're welcome to the Electro Gem, although I'm pretty sure you meant Astalos. Okay. Well, the guild really wanted to give you your reward for hard work. I understand that that is now not something you can use very much, but yeah. The person distributing the rewards had their heart in the right place. Now that is a very useful tool. Now that I think about it, I'm not too surprised I haven't heard of it, because as with so much, I got used to my own personal style. Part of it is I'm running full armor sets. but we always were thinking about it more deeply as well, but the need never came up quite as much to really sit down and get stuff done. I have a helmet here that for all rights I should move out a little bit. It was absolutely more complicated, and as such, the search space you had to go through in order to find possible combinations and then useful possible combinations is a lot larger, which means more to keep in mind and more left and right. And I do not begrudge anybody using tools like that. I do feel that they, like community-made tools like that, are valuable to the games they support, and yeah, some people take pleasure of manually going through and optimize their armor. There's a ton of styles on how you want to play Monster Hunter, and none of them are wrong. Well, the new system makes it such that you do not need to keep all of the skills of a piece of armor in mind. You can be like, okay, this is the main skill I want. How do I want to support it? You do not need to worry about reaching the activation threshold with any of the skills, because they are activating automatically. And as such, you can just sit down, go through the collection of armor and be like, okay, I want this main skill, and this sounds useful as companions to that, and then build your own armor a lot more easily than you could in the old games, where you had to juggle the thresholds, you had to juggle the negative thresholds, which personally I find very enjoyable. I should only use the past tense if I would not be playing the old games anymore. That change makes it such that you can keep the overview in your head as you are building the armor, or only have very minimal notes on the side on how you want to build the armor, which then again makes it a lot less complicated for you to get to where you want to be. Celtis Queen, I think she's up here. Okay, paralyzed, but that looks more like to have been again prey. Yeah, here she is. It is my biggest point of criticism of the new system, that the decorations are RNG, but the talismans are crafted. I prefer much that in Rise they went back to the old standard that you could that you can craft the decorations and the talismans are random. Yeah, I do have the feeling that for Wilds they were trying to add stuff for the player to do or need to do, and they came away that, oh, that's not great. Do you want to restart, Tira? I'll be... I can abandon and then... Okay. I'll be coming back into the hub because I think it was me leaving. Absolutely, I hope you have a lovely rest of your Saturday, that wherever you need to go to is going to be fun and not too much of a chore, and absolutely I'll be happy to catch you again as well. Please have a great Saturday. Okay, let me come back into the hub. Here we go. Let's get everything window-wise back up because I did misclick there. Quick bite to eat here. And that was not a bad meal at all. Okay. I also felt like I was taking a little bit too much damage from her, so I'll try to focus up. Which is something she can do, and I hope to be able to avoid this time. Okay, I was timing for the tail rather than the... Oh! That's where the defense down came from. That wasn't Seltas, Queen. That was bloody Seltas. Okay, somebody not being too much of a happy camper here. Everything is cracking and creaking. Oh, that's another crack here. And that is now all legs nicely cracked. I am unsure if Saltez wants to help out or if Saltez wants to kill his own queen. And sometimes how the Saltez queen treats Saltez, it feels like betrayal might absolutely be justified. Okay, I'm going to see for a... Yeah, I'll give you a bit more as well. There we go, that's another Sakura Slash. I was hoping to have Red Charge before that, but... And with that, we have liberated Saltez. I know he's going to be a nuisance trying to carve. And he is, I think, deciding to leave here, so no more issues with him knocking us down while carving. Okay, and as I said, a few more minerals. Knocking a few more minerals loose here is, in my opinion, a good use of this time. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit distracted here, but this is not unimportant. There we go. Okay, that was Celtis Queen. The second run was not very comfortable for Her Highness. Although I'm not sure she deserves a polite address. Agnaktor. One. Well, I do enjoy the fight with him. Usually I do not have a big issue with the hardened rock about his body. He is kind enough to really melt that up rather quickly. And yeah, with diving down in the volcano or climbing up the volcano, I do not need to worry too much about drinks. My armor is going to be taking care of that at the moment. Okay. He's not down here, if I remember that. And if I hear that correctly, he might already have been aggravated by my visit up here. I will be taking the bounties of the secret spot along with me. If you want to go have something to eat afterwards, that is completely fine. But that is something you need to know for yourself. Bloody hell. Didn't think he'd come that low down and that close with the beam. So that is something broken, although I'm unsure about what exactly. Absolutely, that is absolutely fair, and if you are hungry, then taking care of that is important. Okay. He is unreachable over there for me. That is the chest cracked open. I'll try to get the tail. Oh, though that might have not been the best idea since it cooled down now. Come on. There we go. That is basically everything cooling down. And Agnaktor feels like he wants to lie down for a little nap. Which luckily we do not need to respect. Okay, that interrupted my Sakura slash, unfortunately. Okay. Okay, that came in clutch. I just dropped down to blue sharpness. And I was seriously hoping not needing to sharpen up. And as I said, he came in clutch and died right as it happened. Some fire stones and fire cell stones, very nice. Absolutely. I think if you do want to go hunting afterwards a bit more, I'll be taking on some more of the deviants on the list while staying in the hub, and I'll go out from here since the ones I need do not require me to be G rank quite yet. I want to keep all of you. I'll just be taking my usual. Silverwind does not have a particular element he's attacking with, so that part doesn't matter so much. And I'll be doing some housekeeping with all of the newfound talismans. So, normal items together with a Farcaster. Special permit. Oh, maybe I could post all of them here, but I'm not going to even try. So, when if you're going to go make your chicken nuggets, I'm going to go ahead on this quest. If not, I'll be canceling it. Okay. I'm getting no response. I'm going to be predicting that Tira. Okay. Ahead I went. I was estimating that you were already going ahead to make your nuggets. No, we're in here. Naraga on this map starts here. I already whiffed 2 chances. And there goes the next one. Okay, he managed to finish up the jump. That means that I have another chance here. Very nice. That was now a rapid charge up. Okay. Do want to heal a little bit here. I got hit a little bit too much now. There we go. Okay, very nice. That's a good hit there. Okay, that's a lot quicker than I thought. I usually, if I do make nuggets, I have to warm up the oil. That alone takes like a few minutes. And then another few minutes to get them well done in the oil. I was guessing as much. Yeah. Let's see if he dies before 5 minutes are up. If he does, I'll do the second one. If not, I'll be coming out. Okay, so we are supposed to heat them in batches of 5. Oh, he's going outside. That's probably going to go over 5 minutes for the kill. Yeah, that is absolutely correct. Why am I worrying about where that leads? I slow down the microwave itself, i.e. not heating as much, as strongly in one go, and allowing the heat to distribute normally. But I think both work properly. So yeah, what I would have done for a larger batch is to say that I'm putting the microwave at half power and run it for about 2 minutes as well. And again, I think those are different styles. I don't know enough for if that is actually going to be working out like that. Well, that's unfortunately 5 minutes. No, I said I'll come out. If I can't get it done quickly enough, and I now went over by more than just a few seconds. That's smart to take something you could eat all of it, or you could probably eat all of it in a single session and spread it out a little bit. Okay, let me quickly eat something. Got the black belt I was hoping for. And we have Glavenus to fight. I am looking forward to this. Glavenus is a very fun monster to fight. Okay, he is down in the hollow. Oh, that is... That's a good question. I like fighting him with Adept. And his movement pattern does mean that positioning and where you end up is really important. But does that mean he is good practice? In a way, yes, that does mean he's going to be good to practice Adept with. But he is advanced training. He is not basic training. Basic training, I would say something like Royal Ludroth or Royal Ludroth, Gipsaros is probably better to as a beginner training. Expert training, and that might be a bit surprising, are the Iodrome, Gendrome, Great Macau, Velocidrome. They are expert training because of their erratic and quick movement. You really need to know where to run, where to position yourself when they're going to flinch, such that you don't whiff too much. And yeah, even I still have a lot of trouble with that. So the fights themselves are not all that complicated because you do not need to charge up or anything like that. And that was unfortunate. I was focusing so much on fighting Glavenus here that I didn't realize you needed more health. I am sorry. That's a nice boom. That's the tail. And let me see. Okay, not yet requiring anything special here. Okay, now he's had enough. He's probably going to be coming up. Yeah, he is going up. That's a good idea, to carve the tail immediately. The risk of forgetting about it once the quest is over is big. Or is it a large chance? Well, it's better to have it done rather than forgetting later on. I'm not complaining about that. I deserve that stun. we are going to have ads incoming. So for everybody who is getting them, thank you very much for your patience with and during the ads. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay. That went really rather nicely. Okay, I do want these. I don't think I am close yet to finishing up that order, but I am sure I can finish up my honey order. And I did forget to order last time. I was doing the combining, and thus my honey is a bit on the low side. Okay. I'll be selling the rest. Okay, thank you very much. I hope that the bot and everything is working out, or I'll need to do it manually afterwards. Thank you for letting me know, and yeah, no worries. Although that is probably not exactly what I wanted, or what I should be saying. Crazy lucky cat. Yeah, I'll take that. Absolutely, Ouroboros is going to be fun. Thank you very much, and I wish you a lovely rest of your Saturday, and see you in the black. I had not read it myself yet. Luckily, I caught it before waiting for minutes here, wondering if Tira needs to do something, and it would just have been me not readying up. Okay, big club wielder. Or is it a hammer he is wielding? I'm not exactly sure about that. He is definitely using his Thagomizer. That's what you call the tail clubs. Like Thor uses his hammer. So maybe it is more appropriate to call it a hammer in Duramboros' case. Okay, I thought he'd be starting up here. I do know that he is not in the caves. So my next guess that would be that he's over here. Which then indeed he is. There we go. Oh, I hope that didn't get you knocked over. Okay, he is not happy. Clonk, of course I am. And I don't even have enough to get that. Okay. Red bar with Sakura Slash ready. Let's pour it in. And now I hope I can finally fill up the spirit gauge properly. So far, so good. And this time he didn't need much to topple over. Very nice. There is a Bloody Bullfango. It looks like it fell down. I hope permanently. Oh, that is not so nice. I was hoping to be able to get the tail there in the backswing. But it looks like we're not even going to be able to crack the hammer shell. Let's see. No, the horns have cracked already. He absolutely doesn't like the backslash there. Okay, with that, he is absolutely pummeling me. That's a crack on the tail case. And that is a distance example on what I mean. He is using his tail like Thor his hammer. Just throw it around and jump behind it. Probably not going to be able to interrupt it this time. Indeed, I did not manage to. Okay, he is weak. He is also exhausted. And there it comes, the shell. So we didn't manage that still after all. Okay, I do worry about him wanting to run away. Luckily, it doesn't come to that. And of course, I am just seeing hard carapace. His material is also quite valuable. And I do think that I have a good number of his carapace. So that is going to be helpful to keep my wallet looking healthy. Yeah, he's not a meat eater if I remember correctly, but that is not looking like... He's not going to try and take a bite out of somebody who is annoying him. And fair enough, I only managed to fill the carapace stack up so far. Doesn't mean I can't sell any of the other ones in a pinch. Only means that I will not feel like I need to sell them to keep the box from cluttering up. Oh, he is a very big cow. I do think that the parallels are quite obvious, but so from the idea, yeah, huge cow, but he has some wyvern peculiarities as well as his own fighting style, which, absolutely fair, this world is not safe, and you're either going to be small and numerous, or you're going to be huge and tough and able to pummel attackers into the dirt until you get old, or as long as you're too weak to have all of that properly developed. Sorry for interrupting the sentence there. I am ready, if you are. And I did ready up. Strength that may surpass Rathalos. That's a good question. We only saw one engagement with Rathalos. That is absolutely fair. Don't worry about it. I am happy to have helped you while you had time. And you do not need to worry about needing to leave. Oh. My bad. He's up front. He's down the other way. Sorry. On my way. The reason matters less than you feeling you can't or you don't want to continue. Don't worry about it. And if you feel sleepy and you want to do, or feel tired and you want to rest, that is a very good reason to take a break. Okay. Yeah, he got me good here as well. He is also expert level adept. Although I do think that part of my trouble with his timing and positioning right now is that I haven't fought him in a while. And while I have an idea of the timing and everything, I'm not hitting it exactly. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. Okay, he has decided that enough is enough. He wants a break. And he wants a second break after first break. Okay, not looking and trying to intuit the timing went mighty wrong. That's the tail cut, very nice. Okay, mounted him. Oh yeah, he's immediately unhappy. There he falls down. I was hoping for the horn to go bust. There it is. I was correct to guess that it would break. With the angle, that jump back was too far. Unfortunately, to still be able to hit him. I hesitated enough. Now let's go fetch the tail. And I'm happy that I did go take a look at the tail after all. An impaler is quite a valuable piece of material. And he's screaming so hard I can hear it through the tunnel. There we go. And that is Seregios down. Returning the supply items. Very nice. Okay, congrats on the rank up with Rossetti. Okay, you did say that was going to be your last hunt for now, so I hope that you can rest well. I'll be... Have a good nap, Tira. No, not multiplayer. Go to Hunter's Pub. That's what I wanted to do. Have a good nap, and I hope that you're going to be feeling fit and rested afterwards. So, I'll be getting myself ready to go hunt Silverwind once more. This time, I will feel less time constrained. With 20 pages. It ought not happen, but sometimes I do remember on what page I am currently. But before I'm going to go on the hunt proper, I'm going to take a quick break. So... I'll have the meal, I'll be letting it run out, and yeah, thank you very much for your patience with during the break. I'll be back very quickly, and until then, thank you very much for your patience. I'll be right back. that took a little bit longer than I expected. Let me restore the view as well. So it took a little bit longer than I expected, but I did want to go fetch myself another coffee. Okay. Okay, everything back up. And I thought I had eaten a meal, and I have. Okay. No need to worry about that. And I do. And I can go home. Silverwind. Let me get all of those windows back up. Okay. Okay. This time I do not have the time pressure. And as such, I don't need to be able to remove the first one from the map in 5 minutes. But now that I don't have that pressure, it is going to happen, isn't it? Okay, that was a few whiffs. Okay, so far so good. He's going to scream his anger out into the world. Not that it's going to be helping him all that much. Oh, that was not great. Okay, no. I don't want to card, and I really got slammed here a little bit. Let's focus. Let's focus on doing this. Don't know exactly why I distracted myself there with something here. Ouch. I thought I had that timing good now. Okay, that was very useful from Kid there as well. That's another anger management issue. There we go. Somewhere in the area is a trap. And he jumped into it voluntarily. I was trying to set him up to land in the trap, but with Nargacuga that's always easier said than done. There we go. He is lying down for another one there. Which way is he flying? And I don't know because I haven't painted him. Okay. My feeling was correct this time. And so painted. I have now. Should have done that immediately, as so often. Painting is still very valuable. What are you doing? He's still hopping about. Trying to pounce on his prey. Of course. Of course, I let myself be hit with that. Okay. I'm not going to be capturing. But the first Narga is down. 7 minutes. That's a little bit longer than I was hoping for. But it is also longer than 5 minutes, so I don't need to worry too much about not being able to do him in 5 minutes in the first place. Okay. I'll be expecting the second Nargacuga here in half a minute or so. I hope that the bloody juggy are not going to be annoying me as I try to ting this particular place. Well, they did volunteer for some spirit gauge maintenance. And while it didn't keep it full, it did help not to completely drop to 0. And I think I'd rather sharpen my blade. Let's see. It is the second time that I'm sharpened. He is enjoying this less than his predecessor. And I just realized no paint even here now. From that angle, I can absolutely evade the first one and position myself such that the second one can't hit me. Okay, those Juggy, I mean, from Narga's perspective, they volunteered to help reduce my sharpness. Which, I'll grant, is not the least useful thing you could do. Okay, there we go. Okay, that was a nice flinch. She's still jumping back. Okay. Hop. There we are. There we are back. Okay, not sure if that was my swipe or whether that was a Katarang, although since they decided to go take a break, more likely it was my swipe. See, and that is what makes it tricky to have them run into the trap straight away. I was lucky that I was able to pull his aim point pretty long there. And there is number 2, and I now realize I completely forgot the Farcaster I should have taken, so unfortunately that means we need to trek all the way back to camp. None of the monsters here will be able to cart me fast enough that would be saving time over the normal way of getting back to camp. Normal meaning walking or running. And unfortunately I cannot call the cart kitties at any moment I'd like. Luckily, we were not at the furthest place. We also weren't at the closest place, but we are now pretty close to the entrance. Here we are. I'll be fetching some of the items here, especially the useful ones. Deliver a Paw Pass ticket and have my hunter rather take a well-deserved rest here. I don't need those tickets. The level 6 tickets, on the other hand, are very, very welcome. That is not a talisman I can use to get my to get the melding done I want. So let's have a look. If the chart here is correct, I am missing two pieces of armor. Silverwind, there we are. And that is indeed exactly what I still needed to do. Uragan seems to also be missing a bow. Yes, that is 6. Okay. So that is going to be immediately our next target. Two crystal beard Uragan. I'd take them single-handed if I could. And I actually don't need to take the drugged... Great, great. That is not what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do. And for some reason I was far, far too excited to be pushing down. There we go. Special permit, crystal beard. Hunt 2, hand in Paw Pass ticket. Farcaster. At the volcano, so starting location 6 at the caldera. Looking good. Looking good. First order of business is get up there as quickly as possible. Luckily I can do this one-handed, so I can enjoy a little bit more coffee. There we go. Come on out. I don't want to fight you there. That's a little bit better. Not much though. How about no? Well, Luca is probably going to burrow out and take a hang back here. Here we go. Now this is looking much more comfortable. Although he still doesn't want to stay close to me, which to a degree I can absolutely understand. Not going to have a good time as Uragan with me being close. You know what? I have enough of you. Some good hits. That was far too early. Okay. Got woken by earthquake rather than by jaw pummel. Of course. Of course, that interrupted my color charge there. Don't need to try and get the jaw. I cannot break it. I do not have a hammer. And while that doesn't matter for the normal Uragan, here it does matter. Okay, got that timing back. And on. Of course, he's missing the trap. He doesn't want to go in there voluntarily, not like that one Naraga who was really nice and kind and just dropped himself into the trap. Uragan is taking another rest. And so far so good. He's really going smoothly. And we are having ads again, as always. Thank you everybody for who is seeing them, for your patience with and during the ads. It is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And he is going to be roly-poling out of here. Okay. That was some very bright gassing. And that was too early. And I got myself burnt a little bit here. That knocked him out of something. Now I got the timing right, and I'm whiffing the attack itself. I'll be picking up the tier here. Yes. And sharpen. And I'll be healing up a little bit, I think. It's not terrifyingly low, but it's low enough that I do want to heal up. He's walking past the trap. Oh, we were a little bit too aggressive. And with all of that, even in proximity of the trap, he did manage to miss it. Damn Uruktors. Okay, let's try to ignore them. Yeah, that is something I'm actually happy about seeing. I hope that I have another chance. And now it felt like the Uruktor was blocking me from getting closer. And here we have our first opponent down. Fortunately, he's not going to be just waking up with a bit of a headache. And that being said, boxing is, or a physical contact sport like that, is not very good for a long-term health. The brain does not like to be knocked around, even if it is quote-unquote made safe. That is though a risk that I do hope that everybody of those athletes understands, and they should. Same with football, there's also quite an amount of knocks to the head, especially with American football, which, despite the helmets, their athletes do show signs of repeated injury. Okay, that's another good measure to charge up. That gets me back to red bar immediately. And I just did see something. I need to unpin that message. Let's try to put some active effort in getting Uragan to fall into this trap. And now we have a little bit of time at least where I can just deal damage to Uragan here. The Uruktus are relentless. But I will have a little bit of chance to sharpen here. That was quite the explosive wall triggered there. And Luca is now taking a well-deserved rest after the two kiddies kept Uragan busy for me. Let's Sakura slash. Okay, very surprised I only got one hit in. Did I thought I got closer than that. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I do not have any particular need for material. I'm just going to want to slay him and get the tickets. And again, another paintball. Half forgotten. Well, I think like half forgotten. I'm not exactly sure how far we are at with his health points. Let's say it feels about halfway done. My main indicator being that I needed to sharpen. He is nicely walking into that trap. I know that I did make myself a bait a little bit. But without complaining, he did take those steps himself. Okay, he's absolutely not liking this. And he is going to absolutely try to run away. Here we go. Not very much longer. Do, 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 do. Okay. No, Farcaster. Bloody hell, what am I waiting for? That the quest ends? Yeah. Not here. I can also replenish my Farcaster, which I should be doing. There we are. Hall Pass ticket delivered. Now I can wait for the quest to end rather than running about waiting for the quest to end. Ticket number 6. Ticket number 1 is unfortunately not required. 2 items for sale. Academy points are increasing towards the maximum. Very good to see. Okay. As we established, I have 2 items I do want to upgrade with those tickets. That being Global Arc. There we are. Doesn't really much matter here. And the Crystal Beard armor. Okay. Double checked. A little bit on the late side, but after confirming, yes, I would expect to see the next upgrade trying to lift it to level 7. That is Dread King. That is already a problem in and onto itself. Those carapaces are going to require a lot of work. That is 1 missing carapace. Well, that is 4 missing carapace. I don't think I'll be getting enough. Although with the cars and everything, that might add up to just about enough. to just about enough carapaces from Deadeye. Did I take the Farcaster? I have. Yeah, fire is, I think, the correct approach here. Before leaving onto the quest, I'll be refilling my water glass. There we go. Okay. Yeah, accepted the quest and everything. It's not in any place I need to worry about insufficient heat insulation. For the area is nice and cozy. Let's get up all the way to his roosting place. And up, and up, and up. I did not ready the paintball yet, but now I have. There we are. He very quickly angered. And those were already some good tail hits. So far not too bad, but I am happy to have a charge here. Even though I hit the tail well, I probably was missing a lot of damage compared to had I gotten some charges up. And I got a lot of scratch damage here as well. That's a crack. Step 1 to tail removal is complete. That whiffs. That whiffs. Okay, yellow bar, finally. To be fair, I was sitting on that Sakura Slash for a while. And that was a spontaneous tail removal. I rather think that it was a boomerang from one of the cats. But spontaneous tail removal does sound more fun. Not exactly sure that's the correct way to put it. This Garuga trapped here for a little. Well, I do want to get red bar, and so I have to try and get red bar. That's a nice place. I was hoping to get both of those hits onto the head. Going ham was not quite the right tactic. He has now significantly weakened though. And he is trying to run away. Trying being the operative word. He did not quite succeed. I'll fetch the tail first. Then come take the rest of my Carvis. Please be a carapace. That's not a carapace. I'll have a steak and sharpen before the next one arrives. There we go. That is the first one down. I am basically ready for number 2. There we go. Great timing. Of course, that gets me. Oh, luckily I did make that jump. Well, let me heal that up. I do not want to go too far down, and it just also looks a bit more comfortable. I was hoping to get the soft tip of the tail. Okay. Less attached. No. He was probably as attached as the first one. But me being a bit more charged up allowed me to deal more damage and get it off faster. Okay, those flinches are all used up now, so yeah, he's not going to be landing in that trap. Especially because he is Garuga, but he dropped a shiny. And that I do appreciate. Let's pick that up. Or let's not pick it up. That was a crack of the head. Okay, I hope that kid is going to detox me quickly here. There we go. Thank you. And that was probably not getting detoxed here. Not a fan of poison. Where did the recoverable life go? Oh. Let's heal up, if need be, with a potion. And there is our second opponent down. Not sure if I carved the tail beforehand. We'll see, but probably not. That's the tail, no. That's a mane. I don't need shells, I need carapace. Scale. Okay, and those are the bones below. I don't think I got lucky with the carapace. No, absolutely not. I hope that I will be getting one from the rewards. Which then means that I'll be needing a few more for the last item. Oops, but unfortunately we will need to wait or another time, and there might be 2 in there. Did it have a sub-quest as far as I... That's one. That's one. I'll be taking that along. Thank you very much. So... no. Wrong. Here. Upgrade equipment. Light bowgun. A single one. A single unfortunate one. So, 3 more for this one. But I ought to be able to gather that from the level 7 Garugas. No more level 6 Dread King to fight. That is good as well, but I'm also missing a ton of carapaces there. And the last one from the normal... From the base set of Deviants is Hellblade, which requires 2 more tickets. At least I do hope that I'm not required to fetch more carapace there as well. Also, I do need to remember that I require a Farcaster for this as well. Doesn't matter exactly what I am going for. I'll have a look for fire, but I don't have it, so I'll just get this in like this. In the Dunes, kill 2, Paw Pass ticket, Farcaster, well, a few things too many, but that is rather having some superfluous stuff that I'm not going to be needing, rather than not having enough of the base stuff. Okay, not a bad spawn. Not the best spawn. But we are right next to him, so... Spish. And of course I'm not running lucky. Okay, very nice. Yeah, okay, I'm going to evade that. That was a formidable somersault, but he did not hit me, although I don't think it was his target. I was his target at that moment. Hit him with those 2 swipes. Okay, that was a risk I could do because I was standing further forward than usual. And I know that there is a sweet spot where you can keep hitting him as he's charging and then executing this attack. Bloody whiffs. There we have the big roar of the engine. That was very nice. Happy to have managed that. Okay. Didn't get the second hit in. But neither did he get to hit me. And with those stairs, chasing after him for a big hit can be risky. Okay. I am going to go, ooh, shiny. That's a large wyvern here. That's not exactly what I was hoping for. Dang it. That is not exactly what I'm looking for. Come on. Okay. I'm not sure how far we are. He's not yet blinking. Are you bloody kidding me? Where is the trap up here? Trap is up here. Come on, back up everybody. There we are. I'm pretty sure he is not happy with that situation, although that doesn't count for much anymore now. Scale, scale. plate. Nice to have, but it's going to be joining a big pile of plates in my item box. I want to say I have at least a dozen of them already. But nevertheless, I am not going to say no to more. Well, if the alternative could have been Hellblade powder, and in that case I would have been like, please give me powder, I need powder. At least I think I do. I think I still need Hellblade powder. Okay. The two annoying herbivores. That usually lurk around here. And I really don't feel like being that mean. They do not. Okay. That was 3 hits. I start to panic. And I completely whiff the window. Okay. Yeah, we are not going to use half meshes here. And I also still need to paint this Glavenus. There we are. Okay, bloody hell. I'll be healing up a little bit more. Ouch, that was a potion wasted. Okay, focus. You already showed that you are good with the timings here. Okay. Hellblade powder, Hellblade powder, Hellblade. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. There we go. At least we're keeping red bar. Oh, completely whiffed everything there. I am pretty sure I got that timing correct. Must have been the ledge there. Come on. And then suddenly everything starts cracking. And I need to heal up again. There we are. Okay. Didn't hit me with that. That could have been nasty. That could have been very nasty indeed. Okay, I think he wants to move on. Fortunate. Oh, that trap is also a little bit unfortunate, a little bit further over, and he would have run into it. Doesn't matter that much. It's a free trap, so complaining is not helpful. Okay. Your predecessor already destroyed that bridge. I seriously didn't think much of it up until now. That was a painful bite. Well, luckily not quite as painful as it could have been. The second one really is going to pose a lot more problems than the first combatant. Okay. The second run, really, I'm not getting into the rhythm and positioning. I wonder if he is a big one. Of course, now the tail. Not exactly at a useful position. But I managed to get some crackers in, and hey, that's a second Hellblade powder. With a little bit of luck, I already have enough powders, and I'm not waiting on powders to be able to improve my armor, because I only got 2, and that is not enough for both pieces. If unfortunately it is the case that it is not, that I do not have enough Hellblade powder, as with other as with the others, I'll be seeing if I can't get that in the next levels. Or at the next levels, rather. In the higher level quests, I'm not exactly sure anymore. And Stingerman, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday so far. Hope you're going to be enjoying the stream, and I also hope that you can be looking forward to more of a lovely Saturday for you. So, with a little bit of luck... No, not with a little bit of luck. I do have enough tickets to finish up this round of stuff. I do have enough tickets to finish up all of the required upgrades. I do not have enough materials for everything though, and that is why Red King especially will need to wait until further yeah. I'm happy to hear that your Saturday is going fine. And upgrades are armor-wise. And I luckily do not need Hellblade powder at the moment. Yeah, and I'm missing a ton of carapace here. I have 6 tickets left. And that is light bowgun. There is... Okay. Looking good. There we go. That being done, it means that I can now ratchet up a level and go to the level 7 quests. First off, I'm not going to try and shave everything down even. I'll just go through the entire stack up from Red Helm down to Hellblade. Once again, taking it from the top. So, Red Helm Arzuros. Oh, these are the capture quests with on-site items only. And as I am saying that, I completely forget that I cannot accept the quest without emptying out my inventory. Arzuros, capture. Do I have... I should have. Yep, perception is on. So I have Capture Guru and a little bit more here. Red Helm does not have any elements I need to worry about, so eating for Thunder does not impact me in any big way. Okay, I am starting at camp because, well, I do not have any items and I need to capture, so I do need a place where I can receive those items. And I do remember the last time I went onto this particular type of capture quest, not for Red Helm, but for Thunderlord. And I managed to whiff it at the end. Luckily, my Palicos, or one of my Palicos, can set down additional traps, but I don't want mine to whiff in the first place. Those are two good charging moments. And then I roll into the strike rather than through the strike. And I'm getting hugged forcefully here. I hope that hit the crest, while I am not going to proclaim certainty on breaking it. I do want to try. Okay, I kindled his anger anew. He's now a little bit too far away from this lip. And this is going to provide me opportunity to try and get the haircut done. And there we go. Knocking him over. Okay. So far, so good. I'm not hearing the crack I hoped for, but again, I'm trying to. I'm not forcing myself to do it. Just managing to capture him and have a successful quest is quite a bit more important than getting another Rage Hair. No, Rage Hair is that's the lower one. That's the low rank one. I do think he is going to be... No. Okay, my bad. He is moving on, but not the way I thought he would. He's not looking for honey, he's looking for something else. Although there is honey here as well. Yeah, no. Hey. There we have a successful redressing of a hairy situation. He could be happy that I didn't need that in order to get red bar, or I would have been very annoyed. With that, I'm going to run away timing. And as I see, we're going to having ads again soon, so thank you very much everybody for your patience with and during them. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, that is the braces. And I am getting a little bit nervous about not yet being able to capture him. Okay, there we go. Had I gone immediately, I could have put the trap down. The longer I'm procrastinating, the more likely it becomes. Nope. There we are. Okay. Okay, I absolutely see the path he is on. And there we have a successfully finished quest. Very nice. That is 2 more tickets. I'll immediately go see, as usual, what I can do with it. Probably dual blades and hunting horn upgrades. Although I do think I'll have a very quick break beforehand, just a minute or so. But yeah, I will have a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. As I said, I'll be right back. Thank you very much for your patience. Okay, I am back. Give me a second to come back onto screen as well. Much more, much shorter break this time. Didn't need to go fetch coffee after all. But I do need to get all of this back up. Okay, what do we have? That is upgrades. So, as I said, dual blades, that should be very much up front here. With that many pelts, of course I'll be using them. And I do have some more here. Oh, I can push them quite nicely, actually. Yeah, now I'm going up to 16. And there is some Zenith Fury here needed. Again, I don't need to worry too much. Okay. Missing a lot more Zenith Fury here now. That is going to be a chore to collect all of that. But that was a nice boost from 6 to 14. And then I said hunting horn. And I probably have enough that I can do the exact same push a second time. There is the break. Here is the level up. And one... I don't know if I have enough. There we go. Again, I am not able to push it to completion, but that was quite the nice upgrade. The melding pot is done. Let me claim all of these and then have a look to fill the pot back up. Meld, we're starting with a Fabled. No need for these currently, no need for that. Wind resistance, I'm pretty sure I have another one already. And if not, it is not a skill that I am often skilling around. KO and wind resistance, though. Might... Yeah, no, I do think that those are two that I set up to keep. Well, more for the Juju melds. There's not what I am looking for. Dragon resistance I already have. Okay, let's... actually clean this up. I don't need to worry too much for I will want to go out basically as quickly as possible. I'll be bringing along Lucky Cat, absolutely. Can't bring along any items. Unless I'm mistaken. I am mistaken. But no, this is... on-site items only indeed. So, I don't need to worry about hot drinks, for I cannot bring mine along anyway. So, they need to be provided for me now. I don't see... Well, no, they're easy sonic bombs. Won't even use them. That being said, Lagombi does want some attention here. So let's go fetch it, even if my superiors decided that this quest should also be a test of my capabilities by only allowing me certain items. Not that they have been stingy. I mean, the one thing that I'm missing out of the pack is, to a certain degree, and even that is silly, some Farcaster or so. Immediately getting snowman here. No pickup. The moments where he's picking that ball up are... does make for nice self-inflicted drops. That was a push only again. That is another rise on the color ladder. And that is red bar. He did decide to get revenge for that. But that was rather anemic, and I don't need to worry about it. I thought that might have been a tier or something. So far, so good. Dang it, I was hoping for him to glide into that. This is definitely a pickup. But I don't have enough to make him flinch. And again, we kindle his anger. Okay, very nice. We have a trap we're going to be using to be able to do some more damage here. He's moving on into the correct direction. It would have been unfortunate had he found Kezu in the cave. And I'm getting snowballed in such a way that I'm also immediately going to do the side to sharpen. Okay. And I need to be careful. No more doing a lot of damage. Okay, damage. Okay. Probably should have waited with the last trank bomb, with the second trank bomb, until he fell into the trap. But a successful capture is a successful capture, and I didn't need to use any of my trank bombs, so anything I keep is pure profit. That is looking very good. For rewards, yes, those are 7s. We're absolutely going to take them along. Don't even think about it. Well, no. I can think about it, but not thinking about leaving them. But making sure it's what we want. Okay. Let's have a quick look. There are only 2 weapons that I can improve here. One is the Great Sword. Well, that's above 100, so we'll be doing that immediately. And the next one are dual blades. Again, this is the highest we have, so we are going to be using it. Which means that 7 and 7. Stonefist is next, and he is going to be requiring a few more tickets and a few more... Well, I hopefully only tickets. Actually, though, this does look like the better weapon. I mean, it comes from one of the most dangerous monsters you can fight, especially the event edition. We're going to need water. Water is not a big weakness, though, and as such, I don't mind doing it like this. No, I do need to do something. I need to put everything into the box. Non-event. Deviant. There we are. On-site items only. Makes it easy for me to decide what I should bring along, because I'm not allowed to bring anything along with me. Okay, I see Lagiacros on the map. Not going to be... No. For him, absolutely. Even easy sonic bombs. Or especially with him. Easy sonic bombs, I do want to bring them along. If he transforms into Fortress... if he transforms into Fortress Stonefist, I can ping him out of it and break his claw that much more easily. That might be a black pearl. It's a crab pearl. Close enough. Ka-ting. And crab pearl plus, I'll take it. Well, still hungry, I see. That left-hand swipe has cost me many a potion already. Here it is. Whoops. Hello. And that was too early, and that is just in time. There he comes, lying down with broken legs. Well, broken... Are we serious? That wasn't very long. Oh, anger management issues again. And while he did not land on top of me, that hurt. I'll be wanting to pick this up. Oh, Lagiacros has arrived. Lagiacros is getting skewered a little bit, but so am I. Ploof. Okay, I'm happy to hear. What the... Of course I am getting... Okay, Lagiacros is moving on. And I do have to sharpen. Are you kidding me? At least let me finish. And I did not get that in time. But he is moving on, so that I'm happy to see. Let me chomp down on that ration, and I will take another potion. For I have 30 more in camp. And I dare say that I'm not going to be needing that many. No falling down, that is not what I want to see. No idea what our good crab is thinking about right now. Thinking about food, are we? That was bad. That was really bad. Oh, he's blubbering white. No! Okay, damn it. Damn it. Luca already put down a trap today. Let's hope he's ready for the next one. Okay, let's do the following. Yeah, you're absolutely angry. I do hope that in those supplies we have another trap. Bloody hell. At least he's not going to be healing up at the moment. That is what killed Thunderlord in the end. Yeah, and why not take a few dung bombs along? Force him to move out. I wonder whether this way might be faster. Looks like it. It's going to be further, of course, if he decides to move on. Okay. Come on. Poff. Poff. Okay. That was much worse than I was hoping for. In the sense that I absolutely did not want that first trap wasted. But luckily, a very timely delivery of supplies allowed me to still capture this crab. And Vrijk, hello, welcome back. I hope you spend your time well, or you manage to spend your time well. And I get a few more very valuable tickets here. And let's use them up immediately for the upgrades. So, upgrade equipment. Great swords. If you want, I still have a bit of time where I can help you out. I see that I have a lot of some more tickets than I thought I had, which is fine. No, not 9. That is level 8. And here as well. No, dual. They are the dual blades. I had for half a second there the impression that those might just be the... That might be the hunting horn. Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to open the hub, or do you want me to open the hub? I'll just equip myself proper. I don't have a hub open, but I don't mind opening it. Academy. There we go. Let me get the information. Up in chat as well. And this time, even though I don't need it for all that long, I'll be pinning it. And no, it's actually fine like this. Okay. I got the black belt I wanted. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is fine. Thank you for letting me know. So there are a few more, but I'm guessing you want to go fetch another Volvodon. That's just a guess, though. So it's actually looking pretty nice for a lot of the, let's put it like that. For some of them, it's already looking quite nice. Stonefist, I went up to 8. Dread Queen has some 8s already. Bloodbath is going to require still a lot of effort. And I'm still missing a piece for Rustraze and Elder Frost. Didn't have like Blade Master armor, which is a priority for me since I am a longsword main, and thus Blade Master armor is in general more useful to me than Gunner armor. And I might want to have a bit more room for only having 20 fields and welcome in. Welcome to the hub. Only having 20 slots in the box feels very limiting. I am not regretting that they basically infinited the box later in the later games. No reason they couldn't have done it here as well, but I do understand that it fit better to the old sense of doing things. Why did I not go up here? And I probably... What do you mean it's not the correct hub? Oh, it's not the correct data hub. Yeah, in which case you might want to switch that over. I'll take that time and do some housekeeping in the box. Okay, you got me with that. Still, until you post the quest, I might quickly go through here. So, yeah, you are too many. 3 is all I think I will need. Okay, that is fine. Not too many doubles here. The nullberries have doubled up. Okay, I reflexively went over that those are... I thought those are more ice crystals. No, they just look the same. Okay, some more of these later on. None overflowing here. Absolutely have some god bugs and insect husks and stuff too many. Double stacking shiny beetles. Don't quite have enough. As soon as you post the quest, I'll be getting out, and if you have a question, feel free to ask. Double stacking brute bones, double stacking jumbo. Okay, we can go fetch that for you. I do not know if you have access to all of it because you need to go into the volcano. So we can probably find Uruktro scales here. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, there's always a question of spawning. But the Dragonite ore and the Firestone you'll be finding here, and probably only here. Yeah. So I'll be posting the volcano. It's a 3-star quest, so you can accompany, but you cannot post it yourself yet. Do you have pickaxes? Or do you have mega pickaxes? That's more the question. If not, you can come fetch some here. Okay. If you need them, I can give you some cool drinks. If you have them, remember to bring them. You'll be needing them. And I really need to put an effort into the box afterwards. Let me take a Farcaster. That is going to be useful. That is fine. I'll be coming with you, and if you need more pickaxes, I will be saving mine for you. And mega pickaxes, I find having 5 of them, they are quite the tough companions. The Tetsukabra armor does have some nice... Okay, let's do it. So... I'm taking the Poll Pass ticket. It's starting to get hot from here. I find that the best tour is going 4, 3, 5, 6, 8, 7, 9, 10, 2. Then you have every area at least once. But to each their own. I do understand that Area 1 feels more natural in a lot of ways. But the other way about doesn't double up on rooms necessarily. There might be another one for you here. If you take a look over here, over to me, there might be another mineral crystal standing for you. That is also something that experience. No worries. That experience helps you remember where all the stuff is. So there might be one opposite. So over here. And that is also... Okay. I'll be... trying to occupy Mr. Angry Roly here. If you have all the mining spots here, we can move on to Area 5. Unless you want to kill Volvidon, then... If you stay here, I'm going to assume you want to kill him for now. Okay. He's not looking terribly healthy anymore, but he is moving the way we'd like to continue. Well, maybe he is doing that on purpose. Okay. You regularly find mining spots in the alcove here. No, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with it. I just wanted to make sure, and yeah. I am not unhappy with the kill. It is going to be, after all, one less Volvidon and increasing security of the volcano in general. It's unfortunate that for our purposes that seems to be whatever the current quest requires, so I hope that people coming here are more lucky than us. If you don't see any more, we'll be going to the most fruitful areas. And that is why I was happy to find the loophole in... well, not a loophole, but it made for a good solution. As long as you keep hitting it, that is your answer. So there's usually 2 mining spots at least. They're usually right across next to the caldera here. So it's usually 2 spots about here. There's another spot often over here. There are spots, possible spots along the other, like the other opening of the caldera. And this area also has the Uruktor. You need the scales off. That's probably now another one that jumped up for you. They ought to respawn after a while, but they do take quite a long time. If you have all your mining spots, we can move on to area 8. Yeah, so this is also a very rich area for mining. There's the possibility of a spot over here along the entirety of that wall, well, basically, and also along here, so basically everywhere. Are you going to stay on the ground? That is a Remobra staying on the ground. You need to be careful. They immediately get dove by their companions. They are extraordinarily cannibalistic. Let's see, I don't think we have another one. That's not what I wanted to do. No new big monster has arrived. If we have everything, we can jump down here. I'll have a quick look if the Uruktors have respawned. You can have a look at for mining stuff here. Usually this is one of the poorer areas. They have respawned, so if you do want to try for some more scales, I'll be taking the second one. As well. Nine and 10 unfortunately cannot spawn Uruktors as far as I'm aware. You can also let me know if you need more pickaxes. I still have 5 that I can give you. There is a possibility for a mining spot on the low ridge over there. Behind me, on the wall, a lot of mining spot opportunities. More crab for the crab stew. I'll have a quick look about. In red or in blue you can find the mining spots. But they can be fickle and not always appear. Also here, I think here is a mining spot opportunity. In the back there is a mining spot opportunity. And then a few more spots over here. We're just going to be killing the bloody Bullfango. Or they're going to be a forever nuisance. I am getting some coal. Happy for that. And once you have these two, then we are basically done with the harvest tour here. Let me see. I didn't mine very much, so I can't do the comparison very well now, can I? Area 1 usually doesn't have any, so if you have finished, I'll be finishing out the quest. The Dragonite ore should have filled up. Since you needed 4, that should have been there. And okay, since you're coming over, yeah, you do need the ticket from the box. You can't close it out just like that. Exactly. You deliver the Pole Pass ticket and then the quest is over. The idea is that you have control over when the quest ends. And since you will want to keep your gathered items, you cannot abandon the quest. That would not work. and waiting for 50 minutes is too much of a time for the quest. So the Palicos are printing a lot of tickets that you can deliver. Yep, the rewards are usually pretty mediocre, by the pure fact that these are not quests to go hunting on. So your trip around matters more than the rest. So I hope you got enough Dragonite ore. If not, here is what I can offer. I do not have too much, I don't have much time anymore, unfortunately. And Aminito Card, hello, welcome in. Thank you very much for joining me. Unfortunately, we are nearing the end of the stream quite rapidly. I'm sorry, but I am happy to have you here. I usually start at 13 o'clock Central European Time, which is equivalent to 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and end about this. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. If you do want to fetch the Beolite ore, then you do this harvest to a deserted island, and you also go about and pick up the spots. The main mining spots are in Area 4. And Tira, good afternoon, welcome back, but also here, unfortunately, I will now need to end stream. I hope you had a good nap. So, thank you for having joined me, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Yeah. While talking very often, yeah, you would say 1 o'clock as well. But I want to make sure that the timing is proper, so 13 o'clock it is. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Let me quickly go through the schedule. Some of you will already be aware of this, so please be patient with me here. So Sunday and Monday, I'll be streaming from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow, more Monster Hunter. On Monday, Mass Effect 2. Probably going to be finishing it out with the last big story quest that is important, and that will lead us into Mass Effect 3 later this year. Then next Thursday from 15 to 18 o'clock, more Supreme Commander. Friday, again from 13 to 18 o'clock, probably, as I'm now pretty sure that I'll be able to finish Mass Effect, I'll be playing some Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Super Mystery Dungeon actually, trying to finish the post-game and rescue Fennec and Tira. And then Saturday weekend from 13 to 18 o'clock with more Monster Hunter, starting out in Generations Ultimate for all of those probably. So thank you very much for your patience with that. And I'll also now have a quick look at a potential raid out. If you do have a suggestion, as always, feel free to put it into chat and I'll be taking it under consideration. Well done, Tira. I hope, well, weather and everything permitting, you'll be able to do that. I also do speak German, among others, yes. I have two ideas right now. Yeah, if you are used to that, I can understand that it feels very refreshing. I think if you don't have, if there is no suggestion of yours, will be reading out to Gel Bagel. As so often, he is doing some speedruns in Monster Hunter World. As always, I hope that you're going to be enjoying his stream as much as you did mine. And as always with raids, please remember to be nice and please be kind. That being said, I still have a little bit. You've been bold for a year now. Yeah, you start getting used to that, and also with the snow. Well, if there is an issue with your back, rest, and I hope that maybe later it'll work out for you. I understand how it can be. That being said, I don't have too much more time, unfortunately, since I already started the raid. But I do have a few more words that I want to say. Namely, I want to thank everybody, even if you just came in at the end here. Thank you very much for having been here. It means a lot to me. I hope you had a good time. I hope you're going to be enjoying the raid, the stream of Jal, and I hope to see all of you again soon. Hopefully tomorrow, but as always, if you do not have time or other issues, that is not going to be a big issue. And until we do see each other again, have a great time, have a great rest of your Saturday, and until then, goodbye.
Hey, welcome to the Dester Raid. My name is Jal Bagel. I speak on Monster Hunter Games. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. We are doing some practice before we do a commentary speed run for Monster Hunter World 90%. Welcome on, everybody. I'm doing good.
Yo, Destar. I'm doing good, man. I hope you had a great stream. What were you up to today? Is one of the reason why most people don't like Clutch Claw, the inconsistencies. How is that inconsistent? If it consistently hits the left side of the monster, how is it inconsistent?
The inconsistency is our expectation on how the thing works, which it should be, and I'm not arguing that it should work this way, because it absolutely should. If I aim the reticle at something, it should hit the thing that the reticle is aimed at, right? Well, that's not unfortunately how it works. If I aim the reticle at something, the hitbox for that attack